There we go. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm recording in the right folder, but I'm gonna have to remind myself to fix that. Okay. So we're working here. One thing I wanted to do here is set up this door to not be this door. I wanted to use a different door. Okay. This is quite huge, actually. Take a big old screenshot at 100%. And hopefully today, after I get this one starter piece of asset, maybe we can do some levels. Finally. Some challenge maps. Okay. Why did I open Blender? I need Krita. Although we may or may not need Blender. Technically, I wanted to do something along the lines of rubble. Okay. New from clipboard. Yes. Cool. Okay. So we need a symmetrical door of some kind. I think we might have to make sure that it is tall enough to fit through that container, that moving modular pod. Oh. Right. That's gonna be very not useful. Soft proofing. What the heck? Okay. Oh, I'm gonna have to join everything. No angle snapping here. No. We don't get the nice features. That's what I want. Cool. Set this to the center. Nice. We need to shrink the selection. Maybe 10. Invert the selection. And then we're going to start by getting maybe the darker spots. Which means we shouldn't be using mirror mode. Same concept. Get this down. Okay, give that some dimension. Okay. I don't know. Maybe just the bottom two pieces. We'll have that. Leave it there. Grab the brush. I'll need the brush. And by the brush, I mean the pen. There we go. Okay. Oh. Don't need this mirrored. Okay, I think this could work. Okay. I'm gonna have to break apart the perfect straight lines. They don't really belong here. Although, I should probably do so with a different color. Maybe something slightly darker. Or should it be darker? Ah, dang it. Drew it on the same layer. Okay. Huh. It might have to be darker. I guess we'll see. Okay. Did I drew this on the same layer too? Son of a gun. Okay. Hold on. I can do this. There we go. Okay. Maybe doing it lighter might be better. Okay. Here's another thing we can do. We can take the base color, deviate it just ever so slightly. And then this is going to be kind of like a tonal underlay. It's going to change the flatness in select few spaces. So it doesn't look too boring. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now that is just the arch. I'm gonna have to save this. Tag rise, assets. These are sprites, props. Okay, large door. Let's go large bulk door. Okay. Now that's just the frame. Let's group this thing. Frame. We need to do the door itself. I'm gonna place a guide here. This guide is only here to show me where the middle is without engaging the mirror tool. And we are going to lock guides. Okay. So now I'm going to select this middle section, get rid of this. There we go. We're going to fill this in with the base color. And this is going to be our door. Okay. I want to make some warning stripes. Let's do 128 by 128. Engage the wraparound mode. Oh, that's perfect. Little jitter actually helps a bit. Except this needs to be preferably black, which we can easily do by doing this. Okay. Select. I'm going to update, use as pattern, and then we're just going to go back here. And let's fill this in. Pattern. Okay. The scale has to be at least 50%. Nice. We're going to limit it. gonna do multiply. I think what I can do is drop this mask up here and tell this whole thing. Huh. Well, maybe not. I need to get rid of the white. Yup. We can add another transparency mask, which is going to stack. I might have to use the pixel art version of this brush that we made before, because it's much stronger. Everything is just so damn soft. There we go. You know what? Maybe we're just going too rich. Actually, you know what? Having some detail on top, like dirt that overlaps both these things, would probably be better. It'll help root this warning thing. Can we reuse some of the stuff? Maybe if it didn't have transparency. Oh, it has transparency because I quite literally have non-black color selected. Okay. You know, give me 1 second. Okay, I'm just gonna sign in into my ArtStation, take a look at my purchases. Jeez, go away. Oh my god. The ArtStation is like pestering me to complete my profile. Go to hell. Okay. Just trying to get to my freaking maps. Gimme. Okay. Almost there. I want textures. Give me a folder that I have just created. Paste that in. Store it. Okay. Yeah. Again, you can't see that because it's on a different monitor, but... Whew. Okay. Alright. Now we can extract this. Beautiful. And then we have a whole bunch of these, which are nice black and white leaky textures. These are pretty big though, so oh yes. Except I want this to be on the whole thing. Look at that. And we can move it around, reveal more, less, however we'd like. Beautiful. Okay, what else can we do? We can reuse this. We can do like a texture. I mean, we could technically just use the whole thing outright. Can we? Can I? Let me see. What do we do? Screen. Sure. Limit it only to this. And we're going to colorize it. No colorizing? Why not? Is it because we're using screen? Nope, that's definitely not it. Huh. Okay, so maybe we will have to use it as a mask. Interesting. Can I do something like this? Move her up. Lighten it. No, that's not going to read very well. Although that looks pretty interesting. That just screams tetanus all over. Okay, I think this works. What else can we do? Whole bunch of dirt. Okay, now that's one door. Also, can we do something about lightening this area up? Just a touch. If I was smart, I'd create a new layer. Okay, so now we have to make the other door, which should be fairly simple. We just have to duplicate this one. Door left. We're going to start by flipping this thing. Okay, I'm going to move this over first. And also I see that right there. Okay. Flip horizontally. Nice. Next, move this thing over. And in this case, it shouldn't be lightening, it should be darkening. Just like that. And all that we have to do now is simply shift over some of these masks. like that. But literally just pick a different region. Okay, same thing here. Just pick a different, more interesting looking spot. All this dirt. Can we cheese it? Just do that. Shift. Just shift these things around. This is like a massive amount of destruction. Okay. Let's say this works. Cool. Let's get this exported. Engine, sprites, props, large bollock door. Oh, I just saved it as a KRA file. Whoops. Let's get a PNG. Yep. And then door right. And then door left. Okay, now I know what's going to happen. We need to make sure that when these doors open left and right, they are not visible in outside of the frame. So I'm gonna, knowing that this is gonna happen, I'm gonna make a mask image. It is going to be like this. I guess maybe black is okay. And I'm gonna export the mask. Okay. So now we go back to here. Start by setting up a new scene. Sprite. Frame. Next we're gonna do the mask. Actually, no, that's fine. Let's just whoops, quick load. Left. Duplicate. Right. And then quick load, mask. Okay, now these doors are going to go like this, so frame has to be over here. Door left, door right, mask. So we need to make sure they don't clip outside. And we can do that by, well, we could do that in a shader, but the Godot developers have implemented a new system for clipping, clip children. So we're gonna do clip only, and then if we place both doors into the mask, then you can see the mask is clipping the doors, so it looks like it's behind. Okay. Objects, props, large bulk door. Cool. So we're gonna yoink this out. Whoops. Place this in. Okay, so we'll do something like this. Okay, I think this could work. Okay, and while we are here, let's go ahead and open up. Oh, can't. It's not in the recents. Gonna have to go manually. Let's open up that pod. Observation pod. Okay, why can't I place this? There we go. Okay. Multiply. Okay. And then if I take slightly darker color, do this. Why did we export this? Oh, okay. That doesn't make sense. But, alright. Oh yes, we do technically need to export the background separately. We're supposed to have some interesting things happening. Okay, inside of this pod. Observation pod. Okay, we'll put this objects. Trial course. Okay, I am going to copy the location, because here I actually need to I think this is going to be on Rails, so we'll add a node, path follow. We're gonna make scene root. Observation pod is the name. Reset this position so it goes back here. Here it moves away, so we need to paste what we've copied, so that puts it right back to where it was. But now we need to export only this thing. Oh, we did. So there we go. Beautiful. And then observation pod background, that goes here. We place it beneath. And that's going to provide the backdrop just for the inner windows. Nice. Now, would it not be good if it had a shadow? Maybe. Will require me to move everything up. Okay, let's use the proper export shortcut. Okay. Mm-hmm. That may actually work. Including the shadows. Okay. Yeah. Seems pretty good. Just wondering if I could perhaps lift the floor level up a bit so that we can get the characters closer to the pod level. This will obscure part of that door, but that is okay, because nobody can tell the difference. Although, we do have also plenty of space to move it up. Okay, so this seems a little bit more claustrophobic, just by a teeny tiny bit, but the pod being a lot closer to the ground is important. There's supposed to be a character in that pod guiding us through the trial course. This whole thing just seems a lot more close quarter. Okay. Now, while we're here, we've still got 5 minutes left. Let's do a little test. We have some crumbling, what is it? Detail? What is this? Oh, yes. That's the brick. You know, this brick, it is set to match corners only, but is it configured correctly? Which terrain set does this belong to? Terrain set 0 detail. Not the best name, because this doesn't actually display the name of it, or a very poor image of it. So let's not call it detail. Brick crumble. Sounds like a topping on a pizza. Okay. Terrain set 0. Brick crumble. No, that seems to be correct. Okay. This is some pretty tiny, well, pretty big sprawling details actually, not tiny. Okay. Yeah, alright. I can job with it. Okay, this rail is supposed to indicate that this whole thing can go through. Yeah, it's pretty good. Okay, fantastic. So now that's an hour. I'm gonna stop the recording here. I'm gonna take a break, stretch the ligaments, and we'll come back. Alrighty. There we go. So, let's say we're done with this. Hey! What's up? What's up yourself? Okay, so let's say this level, this segment is done. Technically, we're supposed to have a bit of an area where the players are going to end up going through and then collapsing, falling through here and getting stuck. But this seems okay. Now, technically, this means the next levels could be challenge levels. I got a problem with the UI. Oh boy. That's always lovely. Okay, what is this? What is this going to be called? Steven, how's it going? What are you up to? Node 2D. Node 2D. Levels. Guess we're just numbering them. 32. Have to code the animations and make it exactly as the design. That sounds pretty standard. Same shit, different day. How are you? I'm doing okay. You know, getting this level ideas done. Man, I'm so happy they moved out the layer system into individual nodes rather than that whole menu-based layer system. That just sucked. It's like previous layer. Huh. It's painful to make those animations without bugs. Talking about 3D animations or 2D animations? Okay, I'm gonna move the player start here. And then large bulk door. Ooh. Sheesh. That's going to be placed here. I think I went a little too large with the large bulk door. $2D. Well, you know, it is what it is. It's part of the grind. Just try to imagine what you will look like when the game is done and it's super popular. That's what helps me. Excuse me. Okay. 32. This is going to go to levels, level ideas. Technically, this is trial course, so we're just going to save it here. Thank you. Okay. Trial course start. Okay, now something that I'm imagining is basically borrowing a Portal style tall trial like level counter. It's like big ol' paper or a big ol' sign Maybe one that isn't backlit. Something that I haven't figured out is how to do bevels using the layer filters. Just doesn't want to work. Trying to do the typewriter effect with a sound, like Undertale, but I can't figure out. It's always buggy. Well, what part is not working? Okay, let's see here. So it always gives me the darkened area, but never the lightened area. Emboss. Can play a sound every letter. You can't play a sound every letter? That's what I've done. You can't do it because you don't want to, you can't do it because it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Well, what exactly is wrong with it? Because I'm doing that perfectly fine. Like I've got my, let's see, entrance somewhere around here. Trial course. Yeah. It's like need to make use of that level. Clearing, continuing. Mountainside. Where is it? Okay. This is concerning. Hold on a sec. Oh, it's right there. This is the one. Right, so... auto launch. Just gonna launch this real quick. Yes, yes, yes. I need to do something about moving to the next animation without that glitchy effect. Okay, loading cutscene. There we go. And then the way it's done is there's a timer node. Every time the timer node finishes counting, like a tenth of a second, it advances the visible letter by 1, and then tells the audio stream player with the sound to play. The only thing you have to do is you have to set up the audio stream player's polyphony, have it like 2 or 3 polyphonic voices so that it can play multiple of the sounds overlapping one another. But even then, I don't think I've set that up in this one, and it just worked. So, you know, that seems to be the way to do it. I'm not entirely sure what doesn't work on your end. Okay, let me do a tile map. Oh yeah, that's right. We're going over here. Yeah, and I did that on the live stream, so you can roll back a few streams before. What is it? Like maybe it's the level content from October 28th? Possibly. Yeah, might be that. Repeat how it works with the timer. So when the dialog opens up, it launches a timer node. Timer node waits 1/10 of a second. Very, very short burst. And then I made the timer execute the timeout signal, so that every time the timer runs out, it runs a little bit of code. Hold on, I can show you the dialog box. Dialog box message, was it? Single message, yes. Okay, so here's the single message. Here's the timer right there, and then here's the timeout signal. So when this runs out, which the timer waits for like a tiny fraction of a second, it is a one-shot, so that means the timer will stop automatically, and it's your job to restart it. But because it's your job to restart it, you have a handle on when it should restart and how many times it should restart until the end of the message. So I check if the visible characters is less than the total amount of text that needs to be displayed, and while that is happening, play the sound and advance the visible character, and then start the timer again. And because we're starting the timer again, it's gonna wait again 0.03 seconds. You can adjust that to whatever typing speed you'd like, and then eventually when it finishes the end of the message, this will fail, which means typing will become false, and then it's just not going to continue doing this. I also made it specifically so that the sound doesn't play on spaces, so that it's not like a continuous machine gun, like da 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 type of sound. It actually pauses in spaces. So yeah, that's my solution. Embrace the nodes. They're there for a reason, to make your life simple. Okay. What if I want to change the speed for every word? Like when I have a ... and then it types. Well, I mean, if it's always going to be a ... then you can just check with an if statement. If message string equals ... then adjust the, start the timer with a different amount of time. Because the time start function, you can supply your own time into it. If Godot was smart and it knew what I'm talking about, it will show me the suggestion, but now I gotta go into the documentation for it. Start. You can see time seconds. You can supply a different time, and it will ignore the time you've set up in the inspector. And then yes, you can use match. Yeah. If you expect to have multiple of those, for sure. Okay, I'm not entirely sure what's happening with the color there. The question marks and the commas. Yep, yep. That's actually a smart idea. Maybe what I should do is make the pauses on the space bars a little bit longer. Okay. I think it might be a good idea to do a few dirt versions, so it's not the same every time. Overlay. I'm gonna delete the inner contents so we have a nice view, and then I'm going to give it inner glow, very small one. Adjusting the wrong settings. Sort of. Oh. Well. Well now. It's a dang anti-aliasing. That is not what I wanted to duplicate. Okay. This is the frame. The text is going to be handled through code, of course. Assets, sprites, props, and this would be trial course sign. Okay, that's probably not an accurate name though, because we already have a trial course sign. Progression sign. There we go. Okay. Now, we're going to switch to animation. Because we need to show various pieces of dirt. I mean, technically, we don't have to do this through animation. We could just do like a large 1024 by 1024 texture and then overlay it on top of the sign and just randomize the position of it. But then again, the amount of texture space that this sign and that texture will take up will probably be equals to the amount of space maybe 5 of these variations would be. Maybe. Nah, that's fine. Let's just do the variations. I think that's enough. And then one of them is the clean one. Engine sprites. This is actually trial course related. So we can place it here. So trial course progression sign. Except we're not exporting it. We're rendering an animation. Nice. Okay, we don't need Blender. Start new scene. right. Just place it here temporarily. Okay. Sign variations. God damn it. Okay. There is no shortcut, is there? There's no shortcut to just do the preloads anymore. They took it away from us. Although, I don't think we need to preload these. We're not using all of them at once. We're only using one at a time. So we can go here. Texture. We can load a random one. Okay, sign variations. Size. So we use the size to generate a random number, and then use that random number to get the texture. That's it. Okay, objects, trial course, there we go. I'm just quickly, oh, don't need a new tile. Need to load. No, we need a larger one. Compound Underground doesn't even have anything. Oh, it has a single old brick. Compound 2 Underground. Nice. Alright. Get out of here. No terrains, really? I suppose there wouldn't be. Oh god. This is it's a bit of an old one. I think for consistency's sake, what the heck? Why is there dirt? Oh, because I selected something in a different... Yeah. Okay, got it. Well, that shouldn't be happening. What the heck? Oh, okay. I guess now it won't, because I actually selected the right tile. It's like if you open up the tile set and you hold Control Shift, and then you just right away start selecting a box selection, it's actually going to keep whatever was selected previously. So as you can see now, I'm painting across 2 different tile sets. Interesting. Not what I need though, but interesting. God, this is some ancient ass tiles. Okay, but we've established that to help separate background and foreground, the background should be of different size. If the foreground walls in the background are 64 pixels, that's not good. Fat panel. Okay, it's a little bit better, but it's very contrasty. Okay. I remember making this. Okay. Pretty sure this isn't the tile we're supposed to be using. Also, this is the 128 tile. I don't think I saved it. Yeah, we have this tile. Yeah, I didn't save it. Okay. So let's save. Save as. Tile sets. Trial course BG. Okay, now there's supposed to be a light, some sort of a ceiling light. Nope, that's not it. Interesting. There is a lamp that we made a while back. Yeah, sign light. Just a sprite. don't think there's any point in setting up the shadows on this one, because there's not a single shape here that actually has the shadow. I'm going to group and lock this node so I don't accidentally move anything. Okay. Let's get the text. Guess rich text labels gonna have to be used here. Okay, can we close Blender? Jeez. Don't need it. Not yet. Okay. We do have some fonts already here. If I remember correctly, I think if we use BB code, there is a way to resize the text. Let's see. Font size. Font size, and we set the text. Okay. Oh, that's cool. You have to close the tag. No, that looks like shit. It's okay. So I think this we're gonna keep in this label. This we're gonna keep here. This could be just a regular label. Okay, maybe since we already started this rich text label, it's got all the properties in it, we'll just keep it the way it is. Okay, that's good. Now there technically isn't actually going to be 60 levels. Part of the way through we're going to have a bit of a collapse. And then we'll bypass like a good chunk of them. Maybe the players will be able to find them in free roam mode. A bunch of collapsed trial course levels. Okay. I think that the color shouldn't be a pure black. Mm-hmm. I wonder. If I were to make, let's say, 512 by 512 image. Okay, and then I make a texture like this. Make it transparent, and then engine, sprites. This would be, I think, textures. Okay. Yes, we do that. Then place a sprite node. Give it that dirt alpha. And then place it here. And then take these two rich text labels, place it inside. And then tell this to clip children. And then technically, we now get a little bit of text erosion. So it's not just a plain boring thing. We could push Could we push? We can't push. How can we do this? White background. And then make a new layer. Fill it with black. Join these two layers. Convert them to a transparency mask. Cool. And except we're going to invert it. So we get the same thing, but now we can run our levels on it. So we're going to crush it up a little bit. Like that. Okay, now for the font color, maybe I don't want to use a warmer black. Just go pure. There we go. Okay. And then we can randomize. Where can we randomize? So anywhere between negative, not negative 256, negative 260, 250, negative 240 to positive 240. Okay, no, maybe not that. Negative 240 to, I guess, to 0 would be okay. So negative 240 to 0. Okay. So offset will be a vector 2 value. Negative 240 to 0. And then on the x-axis, the offset can be negative 114 to positive 114. So we'll do rand f range, negative 114, positive 114. The signage reminds me of Portal a little. Well, you'll never guess where I yoinked the idea from. It's basically a perfect representation. I think folks playing will be like, hey, doesn't that kind of look like Portal? Okay, so that should give us... Nice. Totally random. Okay, not totally random. The text is totally random, but I forgot to... No, it is totally random for the sign design. The sign design. Does not seem to work, though. Okay. No. Play this. Okay, it's... it's either this one texture, nothing, or that. Interesting. Okay, now it's a little bit more random. Cool. Yeah, that works. So our text gets randomness and our background gets randomness as well. Okay, now it would be nice if we could advance the value. Zero. Talk to the level count. Text equals. I'm gonna have to borrow the text that we had here before. This. And then, so there is a way to insert values into a string and then format it with a certain number of decimal points. How did we do that? I remember somebody posting about it. It's like a format approach. Okay, let's see. Oh, I see it. Okay, so we have to do percentage sign. That's the insertion point. Dot 2v. No, that's for decimal points. I need a leading 0. Pad zeros, string. Formats a string representing a number to have exact number of digits before decimal point. That is it. Pad zeros. I knew that I've seen it before, so we can do... But that's a string method, so it has to be called on a string. What? Formats the string. Oh, okay, so I suppose that we need to do level, we need to do string version of level dot pad zeros. Then level again? No. How many zeros? And then this goes in here. Which we can do that like this. Percentage sign S to indicate that we're inserting something into the string. And then here we do percentage sign and then insert the value. So instead of this, we're going to get this. If there's multiple, then we put multiple here and we use multiple of this symbol. I have no idea if this is going to work. I'm not running the right scene. Well, it didn't crash. We just didn't run the right scene. Yeah, okay. 0, and if we set it to 1. Hey! Nice. We set it to 2. 2. Okay, now what if we go 10? Please don't put a 0 in front of it. Wait, what? Okay, was I just... No? It worked. Man, that is so nice. The fact they put in the function specifically for doing that. Cool. Test chamber. Trial core 6, test chamber. All right. Okay, just for these levels, I do have to make sure that there's enough clearance for the rails. Oh, these are not the right rails. Path rails. Oh, did I not save those either? Rail. No, I did not. Okay. I don't know how to make the FNAF shader, FNAF fake shade 3D for Lua code. Well, first of all, you wouldn't do it in Lua. Lua isn't a graphics language. Lua is just a scripting language that engines appropriate for their scripting. It'd still be done using a shader. Also, what kind of engine are you working with that requires Lua? Are you in Leadworks? Tile sets. Tile sets, yes. Okay, this is trial course pod rails. It's for a mod. Five Nights at Freddy's mod. So it's a mod for Five Nights at Freddy's where you want to simulate the effect that is already in Five Nights at Freddy's. I don't know, man. That sounds I feel like I'm not getting the whole picture. Oh, Friday Night Funkin'. Okay. Got it. Got it. Interesting. Yeah, no, that'll be way outside of my area of expertise. But if the engine allows you to supply shaders, then yeah, if you can't set the shader using Lua, then I don't see why you wouldn't be able to do that. The formula for the shader is pretty straightforward. Okay. Alright, so we got the pod, observation pod. So for the first few levels, this thing is going to be following us around until it will exit the view, but we'll still be able to hear the character inside. Okay. Man, I gotta replace these sounds. Also, the swoosh for the jump has way too much stuff on the lower end, which kind of tells me that these guys didn't... They just, like, went onto sound pack websites and just downloaded whatever, and they didn't really treat it. Like, there's so much on the low end. I can hear it. It's thumping in my ear. Okay. There's no need for shadows here. Light mask. Ceiling light. Ooh. Yeah, I gotta say, these light masks are gonna be quite useful. And the fact that they're kind of uneven is even better in certain cases. Okay, now I'm not gonna make the pod cast a giant shadow. We already have a baked-in shadow. That should be more than enough. Okay, I'm gonna try to tone it down though. Sprites. Trial course. This is really harsh. Yes, there we go. That's much better. And also, maybe we can soften these transitions a bit. Maybe I should disable the Windows sounds. There we go. Because I know every time I have an error and it gets recorded in the stream, it's everybody's like, what happening? I didn't do anything. What's the computer doing? Stop it. Get some help. And then they realize it's coming from my end. Raven, good day. Okay, so we have the beginning, essentially. Happened to me a few times. You're sitting there defragmenting your drive, suddenly hear that sound, it's like, oh no, did you just fuck my whole computer? Please don't. It's not time yet. Man, I swear to God, I didn't tip this one rude Domino's delivery guy once. He got pissed, and he's been sending me like spam messages for fake Domino's promotions ever since. Like, Domino's wouldn't use a link shortener by the name of, let's see, ovtn.io. ovtn.io. You shithead. Whatever. This dude slammed the front door, or the entry door, and broke the hinge. So fuck him. Okay, so we have this. This looks good. Yeah, man, it was like a whole argument. It's like, oh, they don't pay me enough. It's like, well, dude, I'm sorry, but which is, by the way, that's exactly how that works. Pizza stores, and I used to work at a Domino's. They don't pay shit to drivers, delivery drivers. It's all based on like how many deliveries they make, and tips. Like, way to be a scumbag. Okay, that doesn't look right. Which is why we're going to position it here, so we don't have to deal with it. Or maybe we can start it here, and then it's gonna drive up here, and then this thing will turn on. Okay, now this is supposed to be the first challenge level. So we need... Whoops. We need to think of what's actually going to be in here. Oh. Maybe don't start with a cliff. Start like this. Which means maybe these lights shouldn't have shadows in them. I feel like when we have such a dark foreground, it just makes it look kind of bad. Train casts a shadow, just a built-in one. I don't want a ginormous shadow. Okay. There we go. This is just to bring the foreground a little bit brighter. So we can control the shadows the way we want. I just didn't want to have like a ginormous, all-encompassing, all-blocking shadow coming from this thing when it's supposed to be a background component. So there is a shadow, but it's just baked into the sprite. You can see that it's whatever the fuck it is. There we go. It just moves around. Okay. Place this right here. I may or may not need to move this after the first spawn. And we'll also have to consider how exactly respawn system will work, because I think the respawn system at the moment it just relaunches the whole level. But that also means that anything that happens, like this train moving along the tracks, would also have to, well, remember where it stopped and start from the beginning. Because the respawn system isn't like you're reloading the level. It's like you press a button, 2 new characters spawn in from the spawner, the in-game logical spawner, and then they just continue going. Okay. Shall we start with a big middle finger? Just make a big ass spinner. Let's see. probably want to have it be placed. The AI character spazzing out because it's recording the position of everything. Okay. So didn't I have blood that used to spawn in when the player dies? AI can't be heard. Too much of a hassle. Death particle. Spawn death parts. Termination timer. Okay, so we do have the death particles actually being defined. How do we restart? Well, actually, we'll leave that a question for the next video because we are 1 hour mark. Okay, just gonna double check here. Yeah, okay, let's take a 10. We're back. Okay, and we're back. So let's take a look at what we got going on here for the level. Cool. So we need to start building this thing out. What do we have here? We have a chain. Oh, this is the faker saw. This is the roller. That's the big one. Spinner. There we go. So we put this here. No. Reset. Oh, come on. Okay, that unfortunately edits the scale. I want to edit the region. It would be nice if there was a shortcut for it. I'm just gonna do this. And repeat. Enabled. Nice. Duplicate 90 degrees. We're gonna place this whole thing behind. And then these guys, we're gonna scale up. No base. No base means that it's gonna hide all of these components. Okay. first challenge. It's quite a handful. Let's position it right here. I want to set something else up here. Let's do path. Don't we have a saw path? Trigger saw blade path auto draw. Yes. That's what we want. I'm gonna stick this. Where is it? Why is it bugging out? Do I need to give you a new curve? No. I think I've seen this before. Huh. Points. What is happening? Do we ever adjust the curve? Nope. We never touch the curve. Okay, if I make a new path, we can draw. Why can't we do it with this one? It works when I detach the script. And now it works normally. Okay. Well, that's just lovely. Except now I can't edit or move stuff. What the shit? Item rec changed, visibility changed. This is for runtime errors. There's no animation with the name hurt. That's fine. Okay. Okay, I think Godot might be bugging out. I never actually touched the curve property. I never adjusted in code. So it shouldn't really have a reason to bug out. Not entirely sure why it's bugging out. Oh. What is this? Make a new path. Oh. Node is inside tree. Path. What? Hello? What is wrong with you? Give me a path node. There we go. Then, I guess we're gonna quickly put together a single curve. We're gonna copy that curve. We're gonna paste it in here. Because, you know, that's how we create curves now, apparently. Okay. Generic path follower. Spawn path X sawblades. This is a really cool utility object. We could tell it to spawn, let's say, 3 sawblades, all going at the speed of 200. And then sawblade 1, that's the scale. Okay. Let me find this scene, by the way, and set it as the main scene. Trial course start. There we go. Now, we do have an issue that these things are currently acting like this. which we could technically make this work. Hold on a second. Saw blade 128. Oh. There we go. Set this to 1. Set the scale. I'm gonna go into the scene of the saw blade and disable the visibility of the collision shape. Okay. We're gonna quickly make a fake lid. Okay, grab the pen. It's like a chute into which the saw blade's going to enter. Okay, well, that's loud as shit. Yeah, maybe not. Let's use the pixel art. This actually makes me realize we can add some screws here. This may or may not limit the variety of places where we can use this thing. Okay, that should be tall enough for both the spawning and the exiting. Now for the exiting, we're gonna hide it. Hide it behind the wall. Okay, and for the entry one, place it right up there. Okay, almost. The path needs to be just a tiny bit longer, but other than that, that actually works pretty well. Uh-oh. Oh, right. No, you can still see it disappearing here. Nice. Okay. Okay, that's what it looks like. Now, I think it might be nice to give the saw path an ability to offset it, because everything is just same exact value. I wonder if we should add a dash. Oh yes, okay, so it does definitely reload the entire level, because I can see the sign changing designs every time I restart. So, we might have to do something about that. Instead of reloading the level, we'd have to reposition the player back in the beginning. Clear their velocity. Clear the velocity. Reset the positions of all the saw blades, so we'd have to sample all the positions of all the saw blades right in the beginning of the level, and then every time we restart, we have to reapply it. Okay, and I also need to do an offset. That's this one. Okay. When we create the blades, new follower, we do set the progress ratio. After we set the progress ratio, maybe we can do new follower dot progress plus equals path offset. That may or may not work. And the reason why I don't know if it's going to work is because when we set the path offset, I don't know if it's going to calculate the path property in the same frame, or if it's going to be the next one, or if it's just not going to be calculated at all. So let's say the second one. This is offset in pixels. Maybe we should do offset scale. Which means we could just do this. I mean, it did work. Okay. So what if we do 0.2? I don't know how much we're going to be able to cheese it. Well, I mean, so far, seems to be working quite well. Okay, now where are my particles? The blood particles. Spawn death particles. Instantiate this thing. Blood square. It is right here. It is visible. It is told to collide with stuff on layer 1. And then timer tells it to dissipate after a certain time. So where is it? There's no animation name hurt. Maybe that's what happens. Tries to play an animation, fails, and then what? And then, well, the rest of the code would still run. Maybe this doesn't get called. Let's see. It doesn't. We never got that breakpoint. So why does that not ever get called? Possibly because when a single player dies, it's not handled here. If hurt, player array size above 1, it does this. Well, hurt loop. So maybe the hurt loop doesn't run. No, it's right here. It is being called. This is also the bulk of the code. Human player code. Okay. Let's figure out why this is not working. So, there's only 3 mentions. Termination timer is irrelevant. This is for co-op games where the players need to pick each other up. If hurt is true, let's see if that ever gets executed. I suppose maybe not, if it's single player. Oh, okay. Place it right there. Oh, if it's above 1. Okay. Which isn't the case here. Oh, it is? What the? Oh, wait. I forgot to clear the previous breakpoint. Okay. Alright. So, player array size, if there's more than 1 player. This is the way we handled the code. We loop through all the players, make sure that it's not us, make sure they're not hurt, so 2 hurt players cannot revive each other. They're still existing, and they have pressed the revive button, at which point hurt becomes false. We stop the termination timer. That's the timer within which we have to pick up the other player, or we all die. And then position gets set to the player who has picked us up. Now, why is this running when there isn't another player who can pick us up right now? I think we might have did something. Do we have a master node? No. Master object is what we called it here. We should probably be basing this on the co-op variable. If master node dot co-op is above 0. That makes sense. That's why we didn't see the particle. It's because it kept putting us into this state, into the pickup state, even though we died. Which means there's another piece of code somewhere that shows the game over screen. There we go. Okay. The sounds, I could use it without. It's just me literally going into the microphone. Lovely. Okay. Well, it works. That's kind of funny. Okay. Now, what's stopping the players from doing this? They're just like, oh yes, so difficult. What challenge? Oh. Okay. So what should we do? What should we do here for the challenge part? I feel bad for putting a difficult challenge right from the get-go. But this is called trial course, not walk in the park course. Well, it's Discord just, the chat just disconnected. That's lovely. Okay. Okay. And then I'm gonna do laser mounted. Move here. Need to set the snapping options to 32. There we go. The end has to be a child of this. Alright. Now, is the floor going to be blocking it? No? Beautiful. Okay. Alright. Now. Is it me or did we already make it impossible? Oh, God. I think we did. Unless... Oh. Oh. Wait, are we not able to fit into the one block? Whoops. Come on now. Yes, we are. Not very comfortably, but we can. Oh, okay. I think this might be a little too difficult for the beginning. The first level. Go fuck yourself. Jeez. Man. That's not good. What's it called? Spawn. Okay, let's set 2 blades. Okay, that's much better. Oh, never mind. Hold on a sec. I forgot. I was gonna do platforms. Okay. Oh no. Get away. It's like when you... Oh, jeez. When you go a little too fast. Oh boy. The good news is that if you're playing in... Shit. If you're playing in co-op, I need to make the player's collision shape just a teeny weeny bit smaller. If one player dies but the other one's still alive, they can technically revive them. And the player would be teleported to general safety. Okay. What is the size of this? It is a carbon copy. I'm gonna shrink this. Wall, left top, right top. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's run the correct level this time around. Oh yeah, that's a little bit better. Okay, there we go. Ooh, the slidey boy. If I keep holding sprint, I keep sliding. Oh. I should just do like a 1 in 10,000 chance where instead of it going, it goes. Just like a super rare chance. Just a very violent one. Oh boy. Okay. Now that's good. Oh, whoa, whoa, boy. Cool. Let's not die on this thing now. Oh, let's not fall into the laser either. How are we gonna do this? I think we need to like jump. I'd have to maybe jump in the center. There's got to be something here for us to climb out. Climb up on. Okay, maybe we went a little bit too soon on the big ass things here. There we go. Something that I like the Super Meat Boy does is that when you start running, there's a bit of inertia, so you have to have a running start. But he's doing this like cartoony Looney Tunes shuffle run in one spot before he gets up to speed. Well, that sucks. Okay, I did move, technically, the grid size to 32 pixels, so I should be able to do this. Oop. I swear, one of them sounds like the Minecraft spider. Oop. Damn it. Keep sliding off. Son of a gun. Wait, hold on a sec. Whoa! Jesus, I just minimized OBS on the other computer. Come back. Should be doing that now. Okay. If we're doing this, we need some music. What do we have for zone? What is it? OST, player layer, post escape, zone OST. So this is just a regular node. It wants to know what is the OST key, so that's the soundtrack, and what's the ambience. Now we don't have an ambience because the music in these levels is supposed to be just looped. I don't know if I've copied the soundtrack over, but this is a soundtrack that we wrote a little while back. It's got a bit of a synth wavy feel to it. Let's see if I can do this. Find this. Artag Rise. Oh yeah. Before we go, this was the first soundtrack I've ever written as soon as I got my brand new bass guitar. I'm totally putting a big ass fucked up Afro black dude into the game, and that's gonna be the soundtrack. He'll be like, "I need to get this from point A to point B. Can you guys help me?" And then all the platforming levels, challenge levels, are gonna be funk based, which is gonna give me an opportunity to mess around with the funk music. But yeah, that's not the soundtrack it's supposed to be playing here. This one's supposed to be a bit more serious, but not super serious. More like futuristic serious. Music. Okay. Open up. No, don't open up in the terminal. Open up File Manager. Okay. I think MP3s should be okay. If not, we'll... No, that's not it. We want... I think it's this one. That is definitely the one. Okay, so... Yeah, trial course action, OGG. Okay, now... We have this thing... where we have to supply the soundtracks into a dictionary. Music handler. I, to be honest, don't know if we really want to be doing this, because that's like an extra dictionary that I have to maintain, and but it does preload the sounds. I gotta say, I discovered something about Godot's preload system. Apparently, preload isn't gonna preload shit unless you physically put it into the scene. It might have to do specifically with images, but you guys have seen the cutscene, the introductory cutscene to this quest, where you have a bunch of three-dimensional spaces with two-dimensional characters, and there's a big-ass pause right as the cutscene is supposed to launch. I'm preloading that scene, but it refuses to actually load the visual components into the VRAM until the scene is actually physically added and it is playing. So either you switch to that scene or you add it as a child of the level. That seems like there should be at least maybe a separate function or a flag within the preload command that literally preloads something in the background without it having to be present in the back of the scene. I posted this as a bug report, or like as a feature request in hold on, let me see if I can GitHub. Let me see if I can look this issue up. Where are the issues that I issues? A flag. There we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, so a flag for load or preload that lets engine also load any resources within the scenes, which I think what might be happening. It's like it loads the main scene itself, but it won't load the sprites or the textures inside of it until it's added as a child. Because I've preloaded that cutscene. Maybe you can instantiate the scene but not add it to the scene tree. I haven't tried this, but this could potentially work. Instantiated but not added to the scene tree. Since resources are cached when loaded by engine, you could manually load all the resources. Yeah, well, great. You know, no way to automate that process. In the scene, when you load the scene, perhaps the static function owned by the cutscene. The workaround mentioned above to work, you would have to make sure there's always a reference of the resource, or the resource would be freed extents. Yeah, so no, go away. Yeah, so they're talking about adding it, instantiating and not adding makes sense. Yeah, so maybe that could work, and maybe I can preload it in a separate thread so that there isn't this humongous lag. But yeah, I guess we'll give that a try. I totally forgot that somebody actually posted a suggestion on it. Anyways, trial course action. Let's see, music handler, zone, and then we put in the soundtrack here. All right, let's see. Okay. Jesus Christ, loud. Let me just tone that down a little bit. It's also very slow. Can we speed that up? Let's see here. Set zones, play ambience, set zone soundtrack, which is this. And then in the process somewhere, we are checking if it's not the same. Null. Huh. Play zone soundtrack. Set zone soundtrack. That's not the same. We need play zone soundtrack. Okay. Is that what we actually launch? Hold on a sec. Set zone soundtrack. But play ambience. Okay. Interesting. Why does it say set zone soundtrack, but not play? Play takes a duration. I'm gonna see what happens if I switch this to play. Play zone soundtrack, and I'm gonna give another export variable for fade in time. 0.5, half a second by default. Okay, and then we go back here. The level start. Yep, 0.5. Okay. Oh yeah, that works. We'll have to play around with the volumes. Okay. But the soundtrack like that, you kind of expect a lot of open space and open traversal. You don't expect to just be stopped immediately in front of this like intricate small steps type of challenge. So the cool thing about Godot is that I can actually save this entire arrangement as like a prefab, a separate scene, and just reuse it somewhere else. Also, the soundtrack has almost like an epic type vibe to it, which might be better used in like a culmination type situation in the script. It's gotta fit the mood. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a tile map layer. I'm gonna place it right here. It is going to contain the same tile set as compound B. We are going to paint these tiles over. We cannot see it because it's happening behind. Okay, and I'm gonna select this, all of these. We're gonna save it. I think we have to reparent first. Okay, so 5 saw pillars. Save branch as seen. So this is gonna have to go to objects. Prefab hazards. Save it there. There we go. Now we can nuke it out of here. Reuse it somewhere else. Okay, so let's see if we can maybe use the spinning rotator. That is definitely not the correct tile. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, that feels way better. Oh, yes! Damn it! I passed it, I got it. Oh. It doesn't update the tiles in real time. Boo! Alright, that's fine. Also, I need to make sure that the loop point is set up properly in the soundtrack. Trial course actions, that's the one? Yes, okay, so... Oh, thank God they implemented the zoom in the wave preview. Okay, so I think the zoom point or the loop point is somewhere around here. What is this? Okay, well great. What was that time? Okay. They need to do the same thing that music software does, where when you click pause, it causes the timeline to return back to its point here. Okay, so what is this? 33.85. Loop enable. 33.85. There we go. I gotta say, this soundtrack, just because it has that more of like an epic type feel, like a culmination of the story of the quest, I think I might save it for the last. What do we have? I mean, could maybe Trial course action. Oh, that's the beginning one. I like the soundtrack. Both of these are following the same sort of motif, but these sound like something you would hear maybe the first challenges, you've surpassed them, you're kind of getting into the thick of it, so maybe like somewhere in the middle, starting to feel the grind of it, and then the music reflects the more serious challenge of the well, challenge levels. Okay, potentially that could work. I'd have to tone down the volume of the lead synth. This is like 6-year-old mixing skills, so 6-year-old is in like my mixing strategy from 6 years ago. Just put the lead on top of everything. Fuck your ears, I don't care. Potentially could work. What do we have here? Oh yeah, this one's really poppy. think this got the proper loop points already established. This is a good contender. Whoops, okay, let's, I guess... What the... Okay, what? Is shaking the window Q for destroy everything? I think so. Here. Yeah, so that's a good contender for the beginning because it's got action. It's kind of lighthearted, which is what you might see in the beginning, might hear in the beginning. Pressure plates. Oh yeah, this one's really harsh. This would fit some sort of an industrial space. Like big ass pressure plates and saws flying everywhere, and the entire area is themed after some sort of a factory. Okay. Enter trial run. Oh god, that's an old one. So this one is actually the very first soundtrack that is being used in the current version of the trial course of the current version of the game that is currently on Steam. Oh, jeez. Could work, but it dies down like halfway through the soundtrack. Yeah, right there, like minute 5 seconds, and then the rest is downbeat. Which I guess could technically work. We're right in the beginning of it. Shouldn't go hard too soon. That could work. Oh no, I moved the file over in the network drive that's not available. Damn it. I have to wait 2 minutes before it like realizes it's not there. It does sound good. It's not too imposing, it's not too harsh, and it's not too, like, in your face that you would expect later in the levels. This one has a good feel to it, yeah. I'm just trying to judge by the energy and the mood that they elicit. This is like casual action. Yeah, I think we'll stick to this one as the beginning piece. Jeez. Level Psy Hard splash screen. Ah. I have this idea for this game where there are certain locations that are not accessible by fast travel system, and you have to take these like information highways type levels where you have to go fast and you have to jump these giant leaps over, and then the only thing that can really kill you is just the fall, if you fall to your death into the void. But until and that's it. So the music that would play during those, because it's supposed to be like fast paced and pretty open in how many jumps or how big the jumps can be, this was what's going to be playing, this sort of psytrance music. What's this?
There it is.
Hey, that's the hey, that's the old soundtrack. Hold on a second. That's the intro one, before I swapped it out for something more dancey. So if I cut out the beginning part, I could make use of the soundtrack in maybe later out, in the later levels. It's old. Are we going grave digging? Something tells me these things will belong in the museum. Compound Intro Alpha. Ah! Oh, man, these are like really old ambient soundtracks. I might actually make use of this. Man, I forgot I wrote this. And then it kind of tapers off into an ambience. Oh, that's an old one. Just make this put this into the playlist for the live stream soundtracks. Man, this is an old one. This is like when I was in high school I wrote this. I think I was trying to do some ambient soundtrack music for portfolio stuff. Containment. Okay. It's probably not going to belong in this game, but I had an old game idea. It was a tower defense. It was a tower defense combined with a bit of unit management, like in StarCraft, where you have to place these towers or these like mining machines next to resource deposits, and then you have little units collecting. And the game was supposed to go from planetary tower defense to escaping the planet into outer space, and then there would be like a totally different kind of gameplay in the outer space. So you had to defend your ship from these incoming enemies until you got all the necessary resources to dip the planet. Which, I might convert that idea to like a mini game, and then once I'm done with Witch of Endor, I can do something of that sort. This is. fun fact about this this soundtrack. This was written, except for the drums, entirely on a little XY pad synth called Chaosilator. I still have it. I still have this sucker. Man, I remember I used to salivate over this thing, watching like early YouTube 2000 videos of and everybody who had the job and who could afford it. It was like $250, I think, when it came out. Man, I wanted it so much. Oh, hold on a second. Let me see if I can bring up the webcam. Webcam. Can I do a webcam? Is it going to be the right webcam? I don't know. Let's see what... No, that's not the one. That's also not the one. Although, I can make it the one. It would be... Hey! Oh, look at that. Perfect. Alright, let me just... There we go. Perfect. Fantastic. Excuse the murder lighting, but if I crank up the exposure on the camera, my frames go to shit. Let's see. No, yeah, just like that. Alright, here we go. PowerPoint, webcam by PowerPoint. Fantastic. Let's see, if I bring down the exposure, we get reasonable... Right there. Hey, perfect. 30 frames. We'll take it. Then I can bring up the brightness a little bit. Whoa, just blow the flip out of everything. So, yeah, this is the Chaosilator. Come on. Doing your freaking blown out lighting. There we go. This guy. So, took 4 AA's, and then you turn it on. You got 2 RCA connectors, and it's got a 6-volt power, and I think it's one of those power cables that has flipped pins, so you can't insert a standard power jack into it. It has to be like a piece of shit tiny, barrel connector, a small one. And I think they did it specifically so you wouldn't insert regular connectors. It's got the headphone jack, and you get the arpeggiator button. Oh man, can I connect this thing? I'm gonna play around with this thing. It's clear that the stream has ended, or at least the whatchamacallit, the game dev portion of it. It's like 8 o'clock. If I'm gonna be doing any more game dev, it's probably gonna be on challenge levels, and we picked the soundtrack. We've done that part. Okay, can I? What can I do? I'm gonna have to butcher some. We'll gut some cables. Man, there's never enough cables. You're always missing something. Alright, let me see if I can do something. What can I do? Actually, I think I know what I can do. Alright, got batteries. I got batteries. Let's see. Dear Lord, don't burn this thing down. Put the batteries in the right way. And then don't forget to take them back out. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay. Moment of truth. Hey, it's alive. Okay, that's good. That's a rarity in this household. Okay, we need an RCA connector. Ah, yes. Value Village / Goodwill RCA unopened. Back when they were good quality. What is this, like Radio Shack, is it? It looks like something that would have been sold in Radio Shack. Alright. So. Right is red. There we go. And you take in. Okay, now to be able to hear anything, I'm gonna have to put my headphones into the mixer. Mixer? Phones. Yeah. Okay, there's a bit of a buzzing sound. That is unfortunately unavoidable. This is an old-ass mixer. Okay. I can't hear shit. CD tape control. Yes, to mix. Yes! Oh my god, it works. Alright, what do we got here? So, man, this thing is awesome. There are newer oscillators that Korg has come out with. Korg is kind of anal about the way they design their synthesizers. They're like, we put just enough power just to do the things that we want you to do. Or we want the synth to do, and not a drop more. So for the longest time, their synthesizers that offered samples didn't have an SD card. It was like, you can only use the samples that are on this thing, and no more. And if you want to flash something, even when they came out with the Korg Volca sample, which I also have, the only way to load samples on it is, again, not an SD card. No, that would be too much. It would have to be, you plug in an audio jack into it, and then use a special phone or desktop app which converts the audio to a series of like audio tones, like some heathen modem, and then you transfer the data to it using that way. So, all right, let's see if I can point the camera somehow at it. Oh, let's not disconnect the webcam though. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna place this on the microphone. There we go. All right. Okay. Now it plays in some sort of a chromatic scale, and I want to switch it to, let's see. Oh, that's a preset. There we go. So we've got constant sound emporium. You never know where these live streams are gonna go. Anything but Gamedev. Okay, so we can select the patches. the horizontal axis is mapped to the tone, and that's going to stick to whatever scale you set it to. And then up and down axis is usually some kind of modulation. In a lot of times it's a filter. In some other times they have some more complex, interesting things happening. That's a fucking hilarious one. When somebody's backing up their car into you and they're not using the rear view mirrors. And what's interesting is that it's not just a bunch of samples. They actually have some sort of post-processing with some values that are being edited. Because it doesn't sound like just a random thing. It doesn't sound like a bunch of just sound files. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I think that's one of the sounds. Trying to like hold a single note and praying to God that your finger doesn't slip a millimeter and then hit a different note is, it's the joy of this little synth. There's no keyboard input here, so this is all you got. And God forbid you spill something on it and that destroys the trackpad. You might as well just like toss the whole thing in the garbage. Does the pad have a resolution range? It seems to vary by instrument, but it's an analog pad. So all the way on the left, you'd probably have like 0 volts. And then when you drag your finger to the right, you'll be, I don't know, like 3.3 volts or, I mean, technically it would be 5 volts, I think. So these are 1.5 volt batteries, so 3, 6. Yeah, somewhere around 5 volts. But yeah, these are analog things. You can technically map them up to whatever value, depending on how detailed the analog to digital converter is that's reading. This is actually what the old computer trackpads used to be made out of too. I'm like too weary of using this too often, too many times, simply because of knowing that this trackpad wears out. Like on old laptops. This one's really cool. It's got the same instrument mapped to both X and Y axis. Also, I like how they represent the position of the finger on the 7-segment display. Oh. That's the preset. That's the main preset from here. Hold on. Why is it all on the left channel? Hello? Get out. Oh my god, that mixer is all the shit. Oh. Packs an amazing amount of sounds. Yeah, I mean that's why this thing was really sought after. I managed to get a used open box off of Long and McQuaid. As soon as I saw it pop up, I'm like, oh, $90? Hell yeah, I'll take it. And I shit you not, I biked the equivalent of, oh god, 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, 16. I biked like 16 blocks, I think, there and back. Because the store was in like the middle of buttfuck York. So I had to, had to go there myself. But yeah, I was like, hey, you know what? Screw it. I'm young. I can do it. Okay, hold on. This is 13. I want to do something. Okay, so pad is 13. I'm just going to write it down. Okay, what else we got here? Did I use this? got samples. The articulations on this thing are actually pretty good. Keep in mind, I'm currently on a particular scale which locks certain keys, so there's no way to like make a mistake when you play on the scale, which is the beauty of this thing. Flutes. Oh, bass lines. The good old hover sound. I remember remaking the sound on the microcorg. You can actually enable the arpeggiated gate. You can even set them. Let's see. Type. I swear to God, if we're gonna write Darude Sandstorm on this thing. Hold on. That's a very popular one. Come on. Oh, that's it? That's the end of it? Damn it. These are all the patterns. Hold on a sec. It's close. It's not right. What is it, 17? This is the closest one. 24. Yeah. Hold on, let's change the key. So you gotta hold down 2 of these things. Okay. It's almost got the right scale, but it's got extra notes. Octaves. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to recreate it. Okay, can we get the scale back? AIP. Oh, this is the blue scale. Hell yeah. Why is it on the left ear again? Son of a bitch. Swear to God, man. Yeah, some of these are better used with the arpeggiators. go. There's a trap artist. I sound like Sandfield here in a moment. Sandfield, exactly. I don't know. There's no way I'm going to be able to play that on this piece of shit. On this trackpad. There you go. This is Sandfield from Wish.com. Huh. Oh god, no scale at all. I gotta say, they did a pretty damn good job on mapping the... whatchamacallit? The... the voltages from the pad XY controller onto the notes. Now let's set the scale. Chromatic. Playing Doom over here. What is this? B42. Yeah. Square bass. Sounds like we're about to fight a fight an army of Agent Smiths about here. The modern synthesizer that can make this particular sound, and it does a pretty piss poor version of it, costs $300 and made by Behringer. Although, you know, it does give you the ability to play the notes correctly. Maybe this cable isn't such a good cable. Because, I don't know what's fixing it. Is it me wiggling this cable, or is it the mixer realizing, oh shit, it's not gonna let me die. I need to keep working. Some DMB sounds. What is this song that I recognize this from? Oh God, I think I know where I recognize this from, and I refuse to say it. Never mind. Oh no, that one's shit. Ah, there you go. Okay, this is 53. I'm gonna write that down. Nice. I think there's another one here somewhere. Okay, we're keeping this. Okay, this is 59. The pad. Oh, come on, right, you bitch. Pad. Okay, so 59. Ow. Feedback. Okay, these are like sound effects. So if you want to do like, oh. Yeah, if you want to do like transitions and sound effects for your tracks, it's really cool. Yeah, man, when I used to go to college, it was like a 2.5 hour trip there and 2.5 hour trip back. It was fucking brutal, man. 5 hours in transportation is nobody should be spending that much time. But I would just pack this thing and plug in the headphones and fuck around with it the whole trip there. Yeah, that's what happens when you have a white noise, but you apply the filter to it and crank up the resonance. Autobots, roll out. What the shit? This fight happens when Autobots roll through a brewery. This is the Autobots before they try to locate the last Decepticons. They believe they're hiding in the Bud Light beer brewery. Yeah, this is them going in. They told no humans to go in. It's very dangerous for humans. Only Autobots are allowed in the brewery. And this is 7 hours later. Oh, that's interesting. So the middle axis is the normal sound, and then it either does a upswing or a downswing with the low frequency modulation. We must save the beer. Megatron is hiding. He turned himself into a whatchamacallit, distillery. You can write a modern dubstep track with this. If I pick the right scale. Oh. R2-D2 was also found in the brewery. Hey. If you have a blind friend and you told him that he's about to play Pac-Man and you just put him next to a disconnected controller and start fucking around with him, it's like, oh, you're doing great. Oh no, watch out for that ghost. Okay, good, you left him. Except technically the roles would be reversed, wouldn't they? It's the Pac-Man that does it, isn't it? Oh no! You go left, go left. Yeah, good job. God, that's so evil. Oh, that's the other one. It's the Italian simulator. You know, if you're making a game, you could use this for character voices. If it's like a really cartoony game, like Animal Crossing type deal. Whoa, Grandpa slipped. Yeah, if you don't go nuts on it. Hey, what do we got here? Sounds. Okay, these are the drums. claps. Noise-based claps. So 88. So it plays a noise, it plays a hi-hat when you let go. Okay, let's see. We got 24. Pattern 24. We go to like this. I don't think they accounted for the let go sound. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Oh, okay, these are loops. This is what we want. Okay, now this is 90 drums. Okay, so we want to set the loop length. Okay, we can only do 8. There's a way to go into the debug mode and launch it into the debug mode where you can get 16 beats, but you sacrifice. I think you sacrifice some recording features, maybe like undo or something along those lines. Okay, let's see. So loop record. There's a metronome right there. Let's set it to 110. Two. Okay, cool, except need to erase it because I played in the wrong place. Actually, I think if I can... Almost. God damn it. There's a way to stop it so that when you hit record, it records right from the beginning. Except I don't remember how to do it. Loop function. That's record. Damn it. Okay, let's see. I think that's what has to be off. That's the play mode. So if I record now, it should record from the beginning. There we go. Okay, so now we're gonna go down to 50, 59. See, the only problem is that because I went with that particular pad, it now locked me to just those two chords, which not a whole lot you can do with those two chords. So let me try this. So can I erase this? Yes. Did it? No? Okay. No, it didn't. Okay. Come on. Okay, so let's try go back to the drums. Turn off play. Okay. Then we go down 13. Now there's a particular pattern. That's the one. So we're going to switch the key down an octave. Okay, I feel like it's a little too fast though. Let's go down to 95, which I think we'd have to re-record this. Maybe 98. Oh, yeah, okay, so that's what happens. If you change the beats per minute, it's gonna bork up the previous recordings. It's not gonna stretch them. It's not that advanced. So we'll just have to erase. But apparently, is it done? Okay. So this is 13. Let's get back to 90. Stop the playback. The shit. The hell happened? It's not in sync. Okay, let's try this. Two, three, two. Oh, I'm playing it higher up. When you play it higher up, the loop doubles in time. Okay. Yeah. That was a little worked. Bass here. Okay, drums, patterns. Good work. we could layer down. Hold on a sec. I'm pretty sure there's an undo. Korg chaos later undo. Remove recorded track. Castellator's owner's manual. Oh, USB mode. No, that's not it. Sighten is down for maintenance. Thanks, Korg. Appreciate it. Remove recorded track. Ow. Alright, fine. Just like that, a single recording could ruin the whole loop. Unless we can mask it. Let's see. Okay. So record. Yeah, okay. I layered 3 kicks on top and this started phasing, and now instead of a nice beefy kick, it sounds like a fart. Alright, that's fine. There's no master volume, so I just gotta cut it off. So yeah, I mean, eventually it gets so many layers you can barely hear the instrument you're choosing. But yeah, I mean, you're gonna have tons and tons and tons of fun with this thing. Super cool shit. Okay, all right. I think it's time we wrapped it up. Whew. I think we've spent like an entire hour, at least. Yeah. So the later versions of the Chaosillator had like I think multiple layers you can mess around with. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, hours and hours of fun. In fact, I think I know what I'm gonna take to bed tonight. Hell yeah! Oh man, I forgot how fun this thing is. Korg, made in China. Designed and engineered by Korg Incorporated, Japan. Of course it's Japanese. Are you kidding? Alright, cool. So, that's it. Let's wrap it up here. Oh, I was recording the whole time too. Jeez. Man, I gotta get a better mixer, because half the time I think the volume was cutting out on one of the ears. But, yeah. There we go. That's what it is. Cool beans. Alright. Have a good one, fellas.